Good day and good evening, and welcome to Extreme Farm with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Extreme 3 of Endwalker. And the plan, as usual, is we're going to be farming that probably until we run out of people that need mounts or until it starts to get a little late. That's basically it. With that said, hey Zaf, hey Delane, hey Giraheen, hey Liv, hey Ceres, hey Emir, hey Ryan, hey Jake, hey Agent Monica, hey Ridlian, hey Tomea Marios, hey Ilana, hey Bookworm, and hey Nox. Hope you're all doing very well. So, just to clarify real quick, in the group we have right now, I know that Nox, which is Kaylee, is here for just one clear. And then we'll do something like, then we'll be switching things up. And the plan is that we eventually get everyone mounts, assuming that we're lucky enough. So we'll basically just, as we reach a point where everyone has one, we'll start to like cycle in people that don't have a mount. I know that at least one person in the group already has it, possibly more, but at least one person already has it. But that's the game plan. And I can say I've done Endsinger Extreme once. Oh, do you already have it, Emir? But I've done Endsinger Extreme once, and it was unsynced at the start of this expansion, so it's probably easier now. But we'll see. Let's start with the group we have here. We talked very briefly about, we don't actually know if we need 2 tanks. But it's better to come in prepared, right? There it is. Hey Tina Lee, hope you're doing well. Yep. There are a few things, but I seem to recall that we beat it first try in a really wacky way when we did it unsynced. But it is pretty funny. Every time I host these kinds of streams, I'm like worried that we won't be enough people. And right around when the stream starts, there's like 12 people. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I got the same. I got that impression too, Emir. It's just only one clear means that you could have been lucky, right? I remember there was something important about these. They kill. Oh yeah, those knockback. Oh yeah, there's also chains. Oh, she deemed us worthy to hear her. Well, this looks like a doozy. Hey Gazel, hope you're doing well. Things don't look well? Nah. No, they don't. Oh boy. Oh. It's survivable. I'm just gonna jump. I'm just gonna jump. Right. So, just giving the really quick rundown. The red planets mean circle AoE, very big circle AoE, and the blue planets mean knockback. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't kill you if you get hit by the half-room cleave from the head in the middle, but the planets exploding will kill you. Thank you, Bookworm. Hey, Ham and Sally. Hope you're doing well. What's happening here? Oh! I didn't actually mean to do that. I mean... I don't think we need markers to explain this. So let me just clear those so we don't accidentally pull the boss. So the suggestion is supports left, DPS right, which means that we just have to make a line. Like a line of supports and a line of DPS. I'm gonna try again. We make a line. I'm behind Jake, and so far Iredale is behind me. Sib is not going on the right, so he has to choose somewhere on the left. And he has to move. Thank you. So when the 8 pillar soaks appear, we will take them in this order from the front to the back. But just before, like the pillar soaks will appear But we have to stay in the center because chains will appear. You have to wait until you get your chains debuff. When you do, you can go to your... Like, basically, you would have to go out like far enough to break your chain and then go to your spot. Right? I believe that will be the strat. So, center, break chain, stand on marker. And we'll do it in the order that we just saw here. Oh boy. This is going to get complicated as we cycle people if we get to that point. Oh man. That is pretty tough. Center? Now you go.
Utterly futile.
That worked. I had forgotten that there was a line AoE of some sort at the same time, but it seemed to work out.
We have seen the end.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that worked out.
The same end. Again and again.
Hmm. Oh, mid line. Oh boy. It's survivable though. Oh right, this. Strangely long time to react to these. I had a feeling there would be a fake out of some sort. That was what I was suspicious of. It looked a little too easy. That looks weird. She doesn't seem to care at all that most of you are corpses. This looks pretty much like the reason why we just barely managed to get through when we did it previously. It's not time to react to them, but to memorize them. Right. Right. Stack the tank busters for an optimal experience. Ow. Also, Strat and Rust, hope you're doing well. Now repeat. Yeah, so the thing is, what I didn't quite get was what indicated that they were donuts or circles. We'll most likely skip the last thing anyway. Maybe. Oh yeah, Kaylee just wanted to be there for one run. So who do I invite? I see we have 3 contestants. Any preference? We actually have 4 contestants, sorry. We have 5 contestants. That's also an option, Jake, but we do have a lot more people than we have spaces. So I was hoping that, oh, I don't know, someone would jump or something and say invite me. But no one said a thing. Hey Targaryen, hope you're doing well. My best suggestion there is try stuff. Just try stuff, that's the best you can do. So specifically Rust and Liv said they really wanted to go. Yeah, we don't need... I don't think we need 2 tanks. The tank buster is weak enough that with a little help, a DPS can take it. Just need a little help. Like, we specifically saw Nox survive it with Riddle of Earth and Nascent Flash. You need 2 tanks for the chains? Oh, yeah, I guess so. It would make it less predictable where they go, right? In that case, we probably do need 2 tanks. That's a good idea, Dagarian. What you could also do is you could try and look up videos on different jobs and see how they look when they play. That could help you see a little bit more than than what you would see by actually trying them. You would be able to see further without having to level through all that. Hey Zaldemar, good luck with raid. Yeah, I see, Dagarian, but that's not the worst problem to have. How'd Chaotic go? We got to, we had trouble with resolving some towers in the PvP tiles phase. I believe. Maybe we should do the lineup again so that everyone knows where to stand. Long tail. So to clarify, in case there's anyone like Rust that missed the first clear, there will be a mechanic where 8 soaks will appear, like red lights that will have like blue circles when you stand in them. They will appear. A moment later, chains will be given out, so you have to stand in the center of the arena until that happens. Then, when you get your chain, you'll see a debuff that you receive. You run away in the direction of your circle. And when the chain breaks, you run to your circle. It has to be a little snappy. We have time, but, you know, get it going. And you have to get to your circle. The order we're doing this, line up, and I don't know what's going on over in the DPS section. And Sip, please go to the spot you had, just for clarity's sake. You stand, so from the B marker, the DPS will line up in a line to show which circle they stand in. So Ilana takes the front one. Zav takes the front one on the left. What's happening? It goes in this direction, guys. Make a line from B to C. That's incredible. Like I say, we make a line and then you're like, it becomes diagonal. I say, no, not like that. And then it starts sideways. That's amazing. Close enough. So, does everyone understand? POV, you ask Savage Raiders to perform a mechanic. Now, the only thing that was missing was them drawing something else. Right. Aside from that, red planets exploding is certain death. Blue planets is a knockback that technically is also certain death. That's true, Agent Monica. I was just hoping that it was obvious when we already had like a north to south line on the left. And there's also those half-room cleaves, but those are survivable. Center, 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 and go.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end.
That split quite interestingly.
Seen the end. Again and again.
What? Apparently it's survivable by a tank now. Should we just jump? Can we actually make this? Nailed it! I didn't expect it to explode that quickly. Hey Judgment Dragoon, hope you're doing well. And Yami Wami, hope you're doing well as well. And thank you so much. That was doable. Yeah, 30% is 2 players. Center.
Utterly futile.
Whoops. Hey Kylan, hope you're doing well.
We have seen the end.
Now that's a classic. When you finally have the totems to get it, you, like, it drops. And now you suddenly feel bad.
The same end. Again and again.
I took the wrong side. Whoops. I was too focused on just finding a donut to stand in. It's a combination of half-room cleaves and donuts. Whoop. There we go. Just skip the weird phase we didn't understand. Yeah, it is a little harder than the two first Endwalker Extremes, simply because the boss has, like, a few mechanics that straight up just kill you if you get it wrong. Each head is rewinding as many steps back, as many steps as circles it shows. Okay, so that means that if the last thing we saw was a donut, then one circle over them means that it rewinds to the donut, I take it. Right. Oh yeah, that's true. You'd also have to look at the middle one for where that cleaves. Although, I would say, given our HP, we can probably survive getting hit by one thing. I'm pretty sure what really messed us up was that the random positions we ended up picking were, like, overlapping with multiple. Ain't no home like. Hope you're doing well. I think it's been a while. That is a good tip about the intercardinals.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end.
Hmm. Hmm. It's a little scary.
The same end. Again and again.
We might be able to do it with 3, but this is quite something. That is going to be a problem. But somehow survivable. How hard is it on unsynced compared to synced? Well, we're ignoring and failing a lot of mechanics and still being allowed to get through T&D. So, like, that I would say should be sign enough that it is a lot easier. Unsynced. Corpses do not explode. They just have fake out markers? Is that what's happening? That is pretty funny. Mount! We have found a mount! Do I have this? Oh. Not entirely. Mount time! I see, Kylo, and I was like not expecting that, so I was just looking at the fight. Just making a little check so that we know how many mounts we're looking for before we start cycling people. Looks like it's just south. That's fair, no home like. The reason why we don't just assume that mechanics will resolve, or will not resolve on, let me see if I can eye this. Is because on M4S, a lot of mechanics will resolve anyway on corpses. She'll shoot at corpses even. I think I kind of nailed that position, at least on the B one.
Utterly futile.
Huh? Uh-oh. Did we have a true Narnia?
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Whoops. A good thing the boss is almost dead. Kai baiting most of the party into death. Actually, I stood where I stood and saw others go elsewhere and was like, maybe I'm wrong. Everyone trusts the streamer. Well, I mean, usually I'm a pretty good person to follow, but I'm not actually sure on that one. Not yet. It lives as I thought I was right. And then I wasn't. Does anyone need a repair? The one who invited for a farm knows how to do the fight, right? Actually, I usually start these with going, oh yeah, by the way, I don't really know the fight, which adds to the comedic effect, right? Whoops. I somehow managed to target someone right when I wanted to provoke. The second I thought I lagged out. Oh, whoops.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Again and again. You know, she's actually pretty close to that. I'm pretty sure we've had this exact scenario before. Whoops. I goofed that pretty hard myself and got confused. I could probably had saved Ilana there. Hey, truck driving gamer. Hope you're doing well. Oh. What do you mean, truck driving gamer? Yeah, it got a little hectic. That happens when the boss actually has a few things that can one-shot you. I know what I was doing wrong. I can now do it wrong in a different way. Aha! It's big brain time. Grip of despair.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end.
Good luck with the raid, Talabaf. Hey, Viek. Hope you're doing well.
Again and again.
No, I have not truck driving gamer. We got to the towers in Ow. That is actually insane amounts of tank privilege. To a tower mechanic in, I think people call it Phase 2. And I just haven't gone in since. I don't even know if vitality pots would help me live, because you would kind of need to, you know, predict that you need them, and I don't even know if that HP would be enough. Oh boy. Total chaos. Each time I'm like, okay, now I've figured it out, and then I haven't. Clean run. Yeah, something like that, truck driving gamer. The thing is, on the one hand, I wouldn't mind going back in with the same team and see if we can get further. On the other hand, based on what I've seen and heard about Party Finder on the new Chaotic, I just don't feel like it. Like, I don't feel like that in my life right now. The story, for those that haven't heard, was that on the 30th of December last year, we had a full team of blind, like, of players that had not cleared or seen the fight yet, And we tried to prog it from there. And we got to the towers. And I just don't really feel like doing it in Party Finder. You know, Viek, I think the problem there is that there's probably a lot of players that think like that, and that's the exact reason why the kill parties are not working super well either. Ah, no one will notice. I've seen like a quarter of the fight at best. At best. Yeah, no one will notice. Everyone noticed.
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Are they both blue? The one time where I felt like I was finally ready. You don't even see it. Wham, wham, wham. I've heard you can't hide on this 24-man. Yeah, the problem is that there are mechanics that I think I would say requires all hands on deck. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're like, someone's going to notice eventually. And if they don't, well, what's going to happen is that someone is going to leave. Like, after a few wipes, it doesn't matter whether it was your fault or someone else. Someone's going to go, this isn't going anywhere. Oh, save this, be right back. And the 24-man raid has a 24-man body check. Yeah, exactly. And you're precisely Ham. Ham says if you don't know what you're doing, you will die, and because you're missing, others will die. Indeed. We're just waiting for Sip. See, 7 runs so far. With the amount of mounts we've had, 1, we might not finish today. But we'll see. Yeah, exactly, Ham. Why do I have so many stacks? Sometimes it's because the other tank is just distracted, but a lot of the time it's, oh, they're dead. VXs would be nice if we could actually set a proc point in Party Finder and players that haven't seen it can't join. It's a good idea, but a huge part of the problem with proc points, quote unquote, is that sometimes the players that join groups with certain proc points is because they've legitimately seen that mechanic, but the way they saw it was like there was a paladin with hallowed ground. They didn't actually finish the 2 or 3 mechanics leading up to this, but technically they saw it, and I would assume under the constraints of the game would probably go, well, you technically saw it if they implemented such a feature. And that's often the problem with proc points, is that what qualifies as a proc point or how far you've come kinda varies depending on like what the individual thinks counts. That could be a way to do it, Kylan. The thing is, when we did it blind, I believe about half of the group that we went with was from the community. So I know that there's a lot of people that would like to join. Part of the problem is that among those that want to join, there's only so many that can at any given time. So like that can also be difficult. Also, hey Hound, hope you're doing well. I'll start doing ready checks. Yeah, exactly, Liv. I've seen Ice Phase. I can now join Ice Phase procs. Also, that person was dead since coronation. The group somehow survived until Ice. What are we farming? We're farming EX3 of Endwalker. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at is that whatever thing that qualifies as a proc point according to like the Party Finder UI, if they ever implemented that, would probably be the loosest possible definition of a proc point. Which would also mean that the kinds of very loose definitions that usually don't work would qualify. And if the game actually has an implementation for proc points, then players that do these shenanigans where like they essentially overshoot their proc point because, well, I did technically see it, they would feel justified because the game says so, right? Like the game says you have this proc point. Whereas, while it's a social aspect, it's a lot more like touch and go a bit about it, where it's like, what do you think? Like, how like, do you feel that you're at that proc point? And then the problem is, of course, that there's not very much agreement in what counts and what doesn't count. What if the game just checks if we're alive when the proc point started? In the example I gave before with a single paladin alive, like 2 or 3 mechanics further down than what has actually been seen, the paladin would qualify. And the paladin would not be justified in calling that a proc point, because they haven't reached that point, like, under normal circumstances. So, as Gazel said, suddenly Paladin becomes the most popular tank, or tank just in general becomes super popular because they can cheese the proc points by using invulns to like overshoot. Does that make sense, Andres? That basically, whether you were alive or not doesn't matter. What matters is, did you actually successfully clear the previous mechanics? And if we start adding that to the system, then it means that it starts to basically have to start analyzing whether you did the mechanic right. And I feel like that's going to be a problem. Because that's good. Like, that would potentially mean that certain strategies wouldn't be allowed, right? Because they don't count. Oh, I know, Decline. Let me just reiterate in case anyone came into the conversation a little bit late. The suggestion was, why can't we have Party Finder, like the system itself, police proc points? And the problem is that if the thing with proc points is something that is managed by players themselves going, well, I mean, I feel like I'm at so-and-so proc point. Then, like, there is some level of, like, self-adjusting. But if the game goes, well, I mean, we deem that you are at this proc point, then they feel justified in joining a group if the proc point limiter says that they can join, right? And for that system to be accurate enough that it would actually be helpful, it would have to be very complicated. Who's in combat? Liv, can you de-aggro from the striking dummy? But yeah, exactly, Decline. My point exactly being that they could probably implement some sort of solution, but don't worry about it, Liv. They could probably implement some sort of solution, but the problem is that if the game itself has set in limiters that decide these things, then it would make players even more justified in joining, like, potentially overreaching their proc point, which kind of like, that's not necessarily any different from what's already happening, but now it would basically be the, it would be Squeenix sanctioned proc point skipping, potentially. Yeah, in a way, Andres. And the thing is, whatever happens, some players will find a way to cheat the system. As someone suggested, imagine carry groups to carry to specific phases. Oof. I overshot, like, I almost overshot that one. Hey Vince, I hope you're doing well. And hey Cat, I hope you're doing well.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end.
Oh boy.
The same end. Again and again.
I mean, that's true decline, but like that still like circles back to what it has always been, is that ultimately it's about joining a group where you are confident that you can do the mechanics, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be the case that you have to have actual practice having reached the point that you're proccing at to be confident that you can do that. But a lot of players can't handle the freedom of being asked, well, what do you think your proc point is? If that makes any sense. Therefore, often the way players try to enforce it is to say, well, you kind of need to have gotten to that mechanic somewhat confidently and preferably consistently before you can justify suggesting that that's your proc point. Because a lot of players don't really know unless they've gotten that far. Some players have the capacity to push past, and there's also the possibility like that you're good enough to do it, and the reason why you can't like push past is because your average player can't. Hey, Kwasari, hope you're doing well. Your confidence only works to a certain level. Like it's the thing that it's a little bit like it's a little bit like going to a job interview and they ask you how you feel about doing a certain kind of task, and that task is something that you have legitimately never done. You can say, I have never actually done that. I have no idea if I can. And then they can go, well, in that case, we don't want you. And it might just be like on the actual like job listing. So like, you know that like that if you say that you don't know this, then it's probably kind of a deal breaker. So the alternative is just going, no, I can do that. You can also like, there's also the middle ground of going, I haven't done that before, but I'm pretty confident that I can do that. And then like that also puts the ball in their court in a way. But it's a little bit like that. Hilariously, raiding in MMOs, is a lot like job interviews and whatnot. In a way, it's just like in a slightly more different way, I guess, is the best way to put it. But like, there's a lot of overlap in how some of these things work. And then like, that's the question, is that if you say that you can do a thing at a job interview that you actually can't do, but you're just hoping that either A, it won't come up, or B, when it does come up, you'll have figured it out by then. That's, you know, like lying on your resume, which is also a risk, right? Like, that's also a kind of risk. Yeah, true, Andres. That's exactly also part of the reason why sometimes you'll just have to be like, I mean, I haven't done it before, but I'm willing to try. And then you hope that the company says yes. Or, I guess you prog lie, Lamau. Prog lie in real life.
Same end. Again and again.
Oh boy. It's also something that like tends to come up with joining raid teams, right? That it's not entirely out of the question for raid teams or even like, you know, party finder groups that go, you have to have already cleared it. Like, that's perfectly normal for re-clear groups, right? That makes sense that they go, you need to have already cleared it. That's like going, to get this job, you need to have a lot of experience already. Like, it's similar to that. The client says, I mean, personally, I think Tombstone, an implemented proc point checker, is extremely bad for the game. The Tombstone policers are some individuals. Yeah. That's also, like, that is something we talked a little bit about on the Discord server a little bit earlier today. That Tombstone isn't optimal. And it may also, like, it doesn't give a very clear picture, honestly. Right. Agent Monica, Cat, either of you wanting to step up to join? In France, we have a saying that goes, it's by blacksmithing that you become a blacksmith. Yeah, yeah, actually, precisely. Sorry, Coco, I could have asked you. I had a feeling that you weren't interested. That's the reason why I didn't ask. It's not even about it being accurate or not. It just breeds extremely high levels of toxicity. That's also true, and usually the bad players that do it, probably. I also forgot to ask Ham, but part of the reason why I asked Kat and Agent Monica is because I know they've been hanging here for a little longer, I think. But we're still trying to get everyone to have a go, but this boss ain't dropping much. Naomi, did you have the far... which spot in the line did you have? Far back on the DPS side. Okay. That means, Cat, when the circles appear, the soak circles, you take the furthest back on the right. And Naomi, you take the front left one as tank. And also True Decline. That is actually an interesting thing. Now, I've forgotten the name of it, but somewhat recently I learned about this. I don't know if it was a theorem or some sort of saying or a quote, but the suggestion is that the moment, that something becomes a measurement, it immediately becomes a terrible measurement. Like, for example, if at a company you measure activity of employees by their activity on the mouse, then employees will find, like, they'll basically just have ways to make sure that their mouse is constantly moving. which completely eliminates the purpose of that measurement. Similarly, I think... Oh dear. Similarly, because DPS is the way that we measure the power of a player these days, how the strength of a player, a lot of players will do anything for a good pass because it's, by extension, they're better. Because that's the measurement we use. Perverse incentivization? Probably. That could be. The specific context, I recall that it was referred to by a name. But you might be right on that. The point is that if you actually make an official proc point percentage to push, then players will forget about the whole, you know, learning mechanics thing and just focus on pushing the proc point percent until it says that their proc point is 0%. So indeed, if such a thing was implemented, it would probably be even worse.
Again and again.
I'm actually impressed that it seems like we're way worse at the red planets than the blue planets. Pretty consistently. Uh-oh. Whew, everyone survived! We did it! But yeah, it actually, like, that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make here. Oh, mount! That, because DPS, actual damage output, is the only thing we're measuring, that becomes the thing that people focus on, even if it doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't matter. I feel like we're missing. We're like losing focus on the ball. Like eyes on the prize decline. Exactly. Like my point is exactly that. It doesn't even matter whether the DPS checks are important. Because we've just decided that the way you determine that a player is good or not is how much damage they can pump out. Like, for some reason, that's what players have decided. Which is absurd, actually. Exactly given the kinds of observations that you just listed. And depends on who you ask. True. Let me put it like this, Decline. If you were a raid leader, and you were looking for a new DP, like a new player to join your raid, you don't know anything about them. What would you use to determine any information about them? And what would you ask for? Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. Trial them. That's a good way. You have 20 applicants. Who are you trialing first? You have 20 potential candidates. Who are you starting with? How do you decide who you're starting with? First come, first served. Fair enough.
Utterly futile.
So let's say you've gone through 10 of the applicants and discovered that over half of them are not even close to good enough. Or actually all of them are bad. And remember, it has taken you quite a while to trial all of them. Are you sure you wouldn't look for a way to, you know, filter some out so you more quickly can get to the right person? Are you sure you wouldn't do that? Or do you actually have that amount of time?
Same end. Again and again.
That's true, Decline. That is true. But the trick is, and this is the reason for these kinds of measurements, is that it can be used. I'm not in the right spot. I'm gonna get hit. It can be used to fast track some of the trial period. Like, let's say, like when I said you have 20 applicants, right? Let's say that we somehow know beforehand that 18 of them are actually not qualified. That 18 of them are not qualified. That could be meaning that the two first applicants, first come, first served, are qualified. So you just have to choose one, or maybe you just say the first one is fine and you don't check the rest of them. But it could also be the two last, which means you spend a lot of time trialing 18 players, where hypothetically, you check their logs and see that the two good players have like above average logs. They don't have like, they might not even have purple logs. They're just the only ones that are like good teammates and also do pretty good. And among the 18 not qualified, they might actually have purple passes, right? But if you can just go, let's cut off everyone that is under a certain pass. I'm not saying that that's a good way to do it. I'm just trying to explain the justification for why some people use these kinds of measurements to fast track finding the right person. Because it's a measurement. Like it's the same thing as like in a job application where they're like, or in a job listing where they're like, oh, you need 4 years of experience with this specific programming language. It's like, yeah, but you might not actually be good at it. Like you could have all that experience, and just suck at it. And the person that only has 2 has been working a lot more intensely, so they would have been the better choice. But there's a reason why people use these kind of measurements. It's just, it saves time. You picked the Coco. Let's see. The job listing says you must be named Coco. But yeah, another thing that you possibly can do with logs is that, as far as I recall, I don't really use it much, but you could, like, technically, you could, like, deeply analyze a log and be like, you don't actually care about the pass. You check, like, maybe you pull it through zip analysis and see, like, are they generally clicking their buttons well? And you could, like, I'm pretty sure that there's this tool in FF logs where it can, like, recreate the exact like movements, so you can check and see, oh yeah, they were actually like doing the mechanics right and things like that. But you shouldn't really need to do that, because if they cleared the duty, surely they did fine if it doesn't say that they had a few deaths, right? But you would be able to like dig deep into these things. And it all essentially comes down to people go, I don't have time to trial all these players. And yes, in the highest, like, in the most hardcore groups, they will just trial people until they find the right player, right? But there's not a lot of those groups. But there's a lot of groups of more like just regular human beings that just want a decent player. And they also don't want to trial a bunch of players. Sometimes they don't want to trial anyone. They just want to have the correct player immediately. So that's like basically, if you have the time and the space to trial every person that signed up for your team, that would probably be the most likely to give you a good result. But it takes the most time. I'll say Lone Wolf. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, Lone Wolf also mentioned, let's see. If they're trying for your team, chances are they're also trying for other teams, and if you take too long to get to them, they might get a team faster. That's also a good point. You might, out of the 20 people that signed up for yours, they might already get picked up by a different group that looked at passes first and went, let's trial that guy, because he might be better. But again, that's a little bit of a preference thing. Like, you could argue that you might prefer to have a player that is dedicated enough that they'll wait for you to trial them than the one that'll take the first one that says yes. That depends on the individual. It depends on the team. Oh, right. Mob time. Wah, wah.
Utterly futile.
Whoops. They called me the Vuln Collector.
We have seen the end.
You know, the interesting thing there, Decline, that I've heard is players like. One thing is that we start seeing groups that expect you to have a certain number of clears, which is a little wild, I'd say. Reminds me of Guild Wars 2 in a way. But part of the reason for that, I think, is because a lot of groups will have first timers where like they'll find a way to push through, which means that there's a possibility that the players that have exactly one clear might be only slightly better than a first timer. Or, well, like someone who's proccing at a specific point, I suppose. I don't know if that's actually the case. It's just a suggestion based on the observation that people have started doing this. And I agree that requiring, for instance, 10 clears to join is kind of cringe. It is. Thank you, Suzaku. Hope you're doing well. She's being very, very stingy with the mount drops. Having to have work experience to get a job. Yeah, exactly. Like that's kind of the funny thing is that like we have this mechanic that is added where it's like, oh, you get extra rewards per first timer you have. So some groups are willing to grab first timers just for that. And then the goalpost gets moved to be, oh, well, I mean, you need to have more clears than one to join farm parties. Like if that becomes the norm for any reason, that seems like it'll ultimately become like a disservice for the first timers. In a weird way. Gazel says, how do people know if you have cleared 10 times though? Oh, they check FF logs essentially. And they that comes with the assumption that with 24 people, surely someone has logged it. And the reason why, they rely on that is because, as it turns out, there's only an achievement for one clear. Unlike with Savage, where there's like an achievement for 1, 5, and 10 clears, there's, as far as I can see, only an achievement for one single clear on Chaotic. Why? Why? You wanted to taste the laser beam? It was really funny. Decline is the thing you're thinking of for the 2 tanks. It's a double tank buster? Is that what you're thinking we're bringing 2 tanks for? Because it is not about the tank buster. It's about the chains being consistent. They pair a support and a DPS. So it's just easier that way. I'm not sure. Exactly, no home light. We actually saw that in our first clear of the night. Mount. Is that how crazy gear scaling has gotten? I don't know, but let's just say that we had a monk survive with 3 Vuln stacks, Riddle of Earth, and Nascent Flash. It was like just barely surviving, but they did survive. But yeah, we could definitely bring an extra DPS. It's just a little easier with 2 tanks. So it's fine. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. Happy New Year, Perrin, and Happy New Year, everyone else. I mean, it would probably be... It would mean that we might be able to more consistently skip the mechanic there at the end if we brought an extra DPS. But it's fine.
We have seen the end.
Case in point, did you just see a bard survive it? Just tank it flat and be fine?
The same end. Again and again.
Hey Darth, hope you're doing well. Oh boy. I'm not actually sure, Decline. What I know is that I have managed to get smacked by one of the red planets and survive just fine. But that's like mega tank privileges. Like, crazy scaling, yes. I'll trust you on this. Feather. Yeah, well, at least you're ready. Ready for the year change stuff. Hey Johnny, hope you're doing well. That is pretty funny. The skill issue strat for the last double meteor was tank LB when it was current, but even then it was barely survivable. That is pretty funny. Just generally speaking, tank LB for skill issue strats is hilarious. In my opinion, anyway.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end.
Yeah, I do remember hearing about that decline. The LB spam overrun. Well, that I guess makes things easy.
The same end. Again and again.
Oh, right. The middle one, right? Whoops. I keep forgetting. You know, there is something funny about that. Decline says you can survive. You don't need to LB3, tank LB3, I assume, at all in FRU. You can survive Pandora's Box. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I assume it's a really big thing with tank LB1 and all party mids. It reminds me mildly of the whole thing with M4S and the whole LB, like a tank LB there, where you don't even need to. Like, people will find a way. We need those DPS LBs. Medablich. Also, sorry I didn't answer earlier, Shaq. I would say the farm is going okay, but we've gotten 3 mounts so far. So I don't think we'll actually be able to get mounts for everyone. Ugh.
Utterly futile.
The difference between getting a defensive cooldown and not. Well, a couple defensive cooldowns it looks like.
The same end. Again and again.
It was probably a bit of a combination, Suzaku, but people relatively quickly found out that no, you don't need it. We personally, like, in our static, the only way we, like, the way we decided to go over and do DPS LB was on a specific try where we had used healer LB just before, and we were like, can we make it without? And we could. Also, Helia, hope you're doing well. What? You have to go until everyone has one, even if it takes 24 hours. I don't think we all have the energy to do that truck driving gamer, but there is a possibility, like depending on how many mounts we actually manage to get, that will just come back. That'll just have to be the way that'll have to be. Oh, now that was close. Nice, Leah. I hope you've had some friendly groups. It does seem to be like, somehow, it seems to draw out some of the worst in some people. Be in the tiles group. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I remember we had a blind prog on the 30th. 3 hours with 24 people that had not done it. No like we had to figure it out on ourselves. And I specifically remember having the feeling of I was designated as one of the tanks on the PvP tiles, and I was like, oh no, I don't like that. And then I discovered, like, then I started to learn how bad it was to be not on the PvP tiles. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to complain. I'm just gonna quietly take my win. It's very easy.
The same end. Again and again.
Silverman says, did I miss Kai Proc and Chaotic? No, we didn't stream it. I came to the conclusion, personally, that in a group of 24 players, I don't think I would be able to stream it in the way that I normally do, where I give a reasonable amount of attention to the stream, and I also feel like it would waste time for the group at large. So I felt it was not very considerate to stream it. Like, basically, it would both be not the kind of stream that I normally would want to do, and it would also take away from the prog itself. So I felt like it was a lose-lose situation. I did record everything though, so I might use some of it, make like a highlight reel or something. But I did record it. It's a great fight if the party stays together for more than 30 minutes. Oh, mount drop! That's true, Kylan. On my end, as I said earlier, it was like half of the entire alliance that was community members. So I at least know that we have like 12 plus people that might want to join. Cat says, I think mixing groups made platforms extra chaotic. Yeah, probably. How's the ultimate trader? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I don't know how much chaotic I'll do.
Utterly futile.
The simple fact of the matter that it seems to be pretty toxic, a lot of it, is having an effect where I'm like, I don't know. Best in slot for tanks though, Kai. Well, I mean, based on the stat differences, I'm going to suggest that it's an extremely small damage gain. And yeah, there's like, I think, there's also a best in slot for healers. That is significantly, like, stronger of an upgrade, I would say. Like, relatively speaking.
The same end. Again and again.
Oh, I think you're misunderstanding, Perrin. The tank chest piece replaces replaces tenacity with determination, which means that you'll get like a fraction of a fraction more damage. For healers, it replaces, I believe, piety with determination. So like that one is a little bit more significant because you're replacing no output increase with an output increase. It's not huge. But yeah, if you're going for maximum damage builds, it is a pretty big jump. But I'm assuming it's 730 that you're rolling with. You also need the Cloud Dark gloves. Well, then there you go. I'm guessing it's down to stat break points at that for that to be the case. And the thing is, the reason why I just go, well, the chest piece is best in slot is because, like, just at a glance, we know that determination gives slightly better DPS point for point than tenacity does. So, like, without looking at breakpoints, which you should be looking at breakpoints if you're aiming for maximum damage, right? But without looking at it, it's like, well, the chest gives a stat that equals more total damage, but tenacity is getting really close in power to determination anyways, so maybe it's not so bad. No sip!
Utterly futile.
There you go, Decline. Thank you. That was what I was expecting. There you go. That's what I needed. It ends up being like a 4 DPS increase. Now, I have a question.
We have seen
The potential tenacity changes in your gear, how much tenacity are you losing for that 4 DPS gain? Because it might mean that you're taking like 1 or 2% more damage. Does that matter? Probably doesn't, but 4 DPS. So you lose, you
again and again.
4 DPS to take about 0.8% more damage. I don't know, I feel like it's so small that it's kind of like, for me, it's like, I mean, if I have the gear, then I'll probably like consider it, but goes from 3.2% damage reduction to 1.3%. Okay, so it's like, it's closer to like 2% more damage taken. Again, it doesn't really matter, right? But 4%, like not 4 DPS more for a 14.5 DPS gain. I believe the simulated DPS for Warrior is like 16,000 and something, isn't it? Now, see, the thing is, Decline, that the damage reduction isn't going to make a big difference, but the DPS gain is going to make equally a very, very little, like, very small splash. Right? So, like, the reason why I'm comparing them like that is because you're sacrificing about, you're taking about 2% more damage to do, like, 0.1% more damage. I mean, DPS, like, every point matters, right? But it's just, I'm just saying, it's not something to lose sleep over. In a 12-minute fight, that's a whole 2... Well, it's a 3k damage. See, the problem there, Decline, is that when you say that it causes the boss to die faster, 3,000 damage, like actually 3,000 damage, is so little that it's going to be less effective than an auto attack. It's not going to skip anything. It's not going to reduce the damage you take because it's not going to skip anything, right? Like if we're going to go that way, and also I do realize that I lost a fell cleave in my opener. Like, that's how it gets, is that, like, I mean, every point of DPS matters if you're passing, right? Like, that makes sense. But when you're in those small numbers, the argument of you could skip a mechanic stops mattering, because you're not skipping a mechanic with, like, 14 extra DPS. What? Did you take 0 damage there, Liv?
We have seen the end.
If I remember correctly, there might be some, like, extra, like, stat breakpoint optimization to be done, but I do recall Zaf sharing with me, I think it was Zaf, that shared with me a, like, a best, like a comparable to best in slot set that aimed to maximize tenacity, like crit and tenacity, right? To some degree, with also some focus on determination, and relative to the best in slot set, and of course that's the best in slot set before chaotic. So it also doesn't include any like chaotic pieces itself. I believe the simulated DPS was like 3% less DPS, but relative to the best in slot set, you took like 16% less damage. Again, does it matter? Probably not. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, face tank the first hit of M4S Tank Buster for the memes? Whoa! Everything! Good room for one. We're still working through the first 8, Emir. Endsinger has been very stingy, let's just say. I can at least say personally that I have some weirdly high passes some places. And that has been like, I have not been trying to like game it in any way. That could be crit RNG, but I am a warrior, so, you know. Yeah, that sounds about right, Leah. That's also an argument that I've heard for when you're proccing as healer, that there is like a reasonable justification for determination instead of direct hit. Is that the things that make the direct hit better is like a tiny extra DPS gain, but if the healing from determination would have made a difference, and it could, because that could be like several percent. If you like take all of the direct hit material you would have had and say maybe if they were determination, they won't always all be, but then that could make the difference. And direct hit isn't going to make the difference most of the time. Like, you can always change it if there is a DPS check that you're not meeting, right? The meme strat. Bring a DPS into a tank buster because you can. Yep, exactly, no home like. Overlap the tank buster onto the meme DPS and see if they live. They probably won't. Gap closer privilege. Or something. Hey Tape, hope you're doing well. May Knight, hope you're doing well. Bruh. You can also just dodge one of the tank busters? Wait, dodge? Ow. What? Do you mean the DPS can? They just start running. The boss can miss? I'm pretty sure bosses can't miss something like a tank buster. I've witnessed you dodging the tank buster. Really? I've certainly not noticed. Yes, as they can in A8S, they very quickly realized why that's a bad idea. Yeah, that sounds about right. Right, the positions for the line soaks. Ymir is at the front on the left, and Naomi is in the back on the right. Server says this is Louis Soir on Chaos. You can cover knockbacks? Yes, you can. But you will take double the knockback, so you probably don't want to do that. But yes, you can. I show this in one of my Mythbuster videos. I believe it was the one where I was looking into knockback cancelling and stuff. Or rather, the suggestion that you could block a knockback by just standing perfectly in the center, which you can't. Can you knockback immune the covered knockback? I believe so, but that's of course only if that knockback is something you can immune in the first place. Just dash cancel it. It's a good idea. I'm just saying, you will fly extremely fast. So you might not actually be able to click it in time.
The same end. Again and again.
Just react faster. Just click faster, 5-head. Darth, if the knockback in Porta de Cabana doesn't do damage because you have a barrier, then it doesn't knock you back. That is actually the same as... yes, shields have to do with that. It's the same as the Ifrit knockback from Ifrit normal, hard, and extreme. If the AoE doesn't do damage, then you don't get knocked back. It's actually a trick you can use on hard if you have a lot of melee DPS. If you're a barrier healer, it might actually be worth it to maintain a barrier on everyone, because it might save actual GCDs from the melees that they don't get shoved back. Maybe that's inconsistent then, because I usually pre-shield there, maybe a low damage roll. It could have been a low damage roll. It could have been a lot of things, but I can assure you that when you do Portal de Comana and you don't get knocked back, it's either because you used a knockback immunity or you had a barrier of some sort. I'm pretty sure it doesn't miss. It's extremely weird that they code it like that. It's inconsistent enough that I would almost bet money that there is some sort of calculation, like some sort of like modifier that they use to determine whether whether the effect of an attack is denied if it doesn't do damage. Like that they basically that they choose whether the side effects of the attack is determined by the damage or not. You don't get debuff some stuff if you don't take damage too. Let me put it like this, Decline. I can guarantee you that that's inconsistent. Like, it doesn't apply to everything. It applies to a lot of things, but sometimes there'll be an effect that still applies even though you took no damage. That's the reason why I'm so certain that it's that it's some sort of separate modifier or something. Like, I don't know how they coded it. A spaghetti code is my guess. Somebody touch my spaghetti code.
Again and again.
It's definitely relative to who makes the fight. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like that sounds about right to me. It's a genuine thing. It doesn't, like, I have mentioned as a little fun fact that when blue mages initially were allowed to reach level 70, it turned out that basically nearly all the mobs in the dungeon called Temple of the Fist were immune to deep freeze for some reason. And the best reason I can come up with for that to be the case is that they basically copied a stat block from a different dungeon and then, just adjusted the numbers. And that particular dungeon happened to, have given that mob that they copied immunity to deep freeze for some reason. Imagine if Paladin could just not take a Bone Stack or Doom by hitting Hallowed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Knight says that, or they planned ahead specifically for blue mages, knowing your GP. It could really be either. Basically, I thought the same, Knight, but it took like a week or two, and then they changed it so that they were no longer immune to deep freeze as a bug fix. So it was not intentional. It's essentially what they telegraphed with that. Hey, Ninetales! Hope you're doing well. Then you have the burn where the first boss isn't immune to Doom or Missile. I think the second boss is also not immune to Doom or Missile in that one. But I might remember that wrong. Pretty much, Leah. Pretty much. I remember actually that Zane Lionheart, here on YouTube, made a video where they basically demonstrated every single boss that was available. I think it was in late Endwalker, but they made a video basically demonstrating every single boss that was susceptible to Doom and Missile and other death actions. Just showed every single one. And that was the video. Just demonstrating in on every single boss. But the key being that they demonstrated... it might have worked. That was about 170,000 damage. With a little bit more mitigation, it could have worked. Uh-oh. Just saying, it wasn't the tanks out to kill the bard. It was for the memes. Everyone was in on it. Speaking of in on it.
The same end. Again and again.
Hey Marcus and Tinkle, hope you're both doing well. But yeah, typically the final boss of a dungeon is immune to those death actions. But if I remember correctly, it isn't always the case, so you kind of have to check. Womp. There's also some bosses that reset aggro after going untargetable, and some that don't. Also that. The weirdest one to me still is it's Byakko. Where he basically becomes, where he resets you. There was an issue in top on patch where Omega would reset aggro after monitors, causing a healer to just get one tap by an auto, and it was unavoidable. Was there no way to make sure that someone else got hit instead? Like, was it just guaranteed that a healer would get hit? My advice, Ninetales, would be... if you have never done Savage before, my first question is... have you tried Extreme? It would be a good idea to try the current Extremes first to see if, like, you're into that. If you have tried them, maybe even better if you cleared them, and you're just going, yeah, I want more, then it might be a good idea to, like, try Savage. I think if you're not 100% sure if it's for you, then it might be a very, very good idea to start with a party finder group, so that you don't spend 30 years looking for a more dedicated group to join, only to figure out that this is like nah, this isn't for me. Like, that would be my advice. And if you find out that yeah, this is definitely what I want to do, like I want more of this, then I would say if you have a reasonably like predictable schedule, I would always recommend trying to find a static if you can. But if you prefer having a more like having freedom to start something when you want, then party finder is the way to go. Yeah, don't worry about it, Shaq. It is really awkward with those angles.
Utterly futile.
Hey!
We have seen the end.
We just have a DPS take both tank busters for the memes. Very balanced.
The same end. Again and again.
It means you don't need two tanks. You have a point. But the main reason why we're going with a balanced group is because it makes the chains predictable. Skill. Did you see that knockback cancel? That's true, Aaron, that it might be really, really hard to find a static, but I would also say it's always going to be really hard to find a static. I've said before that finding a static that works for you is probably harder than Savage. Oh, mount! If you're completely new to hard content Ninetales, my first suggestion would be to try and beat the... Like, as a target, aim to beat the current Extreme, EX3, the Sveen. I would say that's a pretty good starting point. You don't have to do that as your starting point, but that would be my recommendation. If you're completely new to hard content, I would suggest starting with that. That's also that's also an option. If you can find a static that works for you, that is willing to take you despite you being behind proc for them, then you could find one like that. If you don't mind joining a group that has already finished the stuff that you should be progging. That can of course both mean that, like that could mean that you progress faster.
We have seen the end.
But yeah, generally, you could say Party Find is a little bit more convenient for some players. Because that means that you can just, you know, find a group when you want to go. But, like, in my opinion, if you're there to have fun, I would say that there's a high chance you'll have more fun if you can find a static. But if you, if you don't have a fixed schedule, or you might not, you know, for instance, want to Savage Raid on every Thursday. Ow. I would like to announce that it's not intentional that I'm collecting all these gold stacks. I basically completely goofed it at this point. It's a miracle that I'm even alive. It's one of the runs of all time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Look, mount! Ta-da! Great Bone Dragon, make a wish. We found all the Voln Dragon Balls. Hey Butterfly, hope you're doing well.
Utterly futile.
Sometimes I spam click a button when it's on cooldown because I don't realize that it's on cooldown, but I know that I need it, so I'll try to use it. Other times I do it because I want to be sure that it gets queued as soon as possible. Makes it a little bit easier than me sitting here like focused on pressing exactly when it's time to do it.
We have seen the end.
And it's most of the time like not a thing that I really think about. It's pretty funny actually. It's almost like a similar to going you're now breathing manually. Congratulations everyone, I hope you enjoy.
The same end.
Pointing it out makes someone go, oh yeah, why do I do that? Oh, come on! I'm sorry, it was an example. I'm blinking manually. Wow. Why do you blink aggressively when there is a stack marker? Exactly. Like, why are you doing that? I don't know. Yeah, we basically went over that a while earlier in the stream, right, Decline? Was talking about comparing Party Finder and like joining a raid team for that matter to a job interview. Just, I guess the Party Finder version is the speedrun of a job interview. Hey Yannick, I hope you're doing well. Wiped on 189. Oh man, that's a long way back. Was the score good before that, or was it like, whatever? Decent? Ah, well that's unfortunate then.
Utterly futile.
Well, in fairness to that conversation about being recognized in Party Finder, that's the same as like if you hang out in other like communities in a game enough. Ah, sorry. I think my defensive cooldown was out too slow. Maybe we should stop with the memes there. It's a little confusing. Exactly, like, just like you would be noticed in any community for that matter, if you're like hanging out in it often enough.
The same end. Again and again.
I feel like I might have tricked some people there. That was not deliberate. I was thinking about something else. I stood in the big death planet explosion. And then I saw 2 people die. Presumably from the red planet exploding. Nope. There's some parties that just won't fail in Party Finder because they're known for playing bad often. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the... probably the worst possible way to end up getting excluded from hard content. Is if you've been bad enough that people start avoiding you. Good luck with Chaotic Tape. Oh, I mean, the joke with you're doing your rotation manually was more like... It's the same as how, like, muscle memory is that, you know... Normally you don't think about breathing and all that. Same way that you're probably not thinking about every single button press deliberately to do it. Some of it probably comes automatically. Like, you just know to do this without thinking about it. You remember to blink when you're playing? Yes.
We have seen the end.
Also, good luck, Virk. And everyone else heading out to do some chaotic. Hey, Chili Taters. Hope you're doing well.
The same end.
Yeah, Ninetail says, is lying about your proc something that people actually do? Yes. Absolutely. It's about basically saving time. Like, that's ultimately what it's about. Is, if I can, like... I can probably figure it out. I'll join this group that is further ahead. It probably doesn't matter that I don't know this mechanic properly. I'll probably figure it out while I'm there. And also that, if you're joining a group that is aiming higher than you have reached, you'll have a group that is better at the mechanics you don't know. Which means that you'll have an easier time practicing the mechanic you don't know. And no one's going to notice that you don't actually know the mechanic you don't know if you don't reach it. Nope. It's just a prisoner's dilemma. Yeah, in a way. What if the group listing is also prog-lying themselves? The ultimate irony. Like the Mexican standoffs. Or the Spider-Man meme. Surprise! Everyone was lying. Like, the thing is, quote-unquote, prog-lying is advantageous if if you don't get punished socially. Like, in the game itself, there isn't really anything stopping you from doing it. The only thing stopping you is if people recognize your name and go, hey, wait a minute, you always try to join groups that are this far in this fight and you always fail. That's when punishment time happens. When people start to notice, like, start to recognize you as that guy or girl that doesn't actually know what their proc point is. I would say, Decline, that's what you call a white lie. At least in Danish. Don't know if that's a thing in English. A white lie, of course, meaning it's technically a lie, but it's kind of well-meaning and it's probably for the best. At least for you, in that case, right? Chirostellar collision. Wait, really? A white lie is when you tell your mom that her hair looks good even if it doesn't. Yeah, that sounds about right. The white lie is that you tell the party leader that you absolutely do have prog to this point. The difference is that in one of the cases, you like in both cases you might be attacked, whether it's depending on how your mom is, I guess. Is telling Zeno his hair looks good a white lie? I think that's just trolling. I'm pretty sure that's trolling. Leah says, I just pretend prog lying doesn't exist and hope someone is just having a bad day. It makes my own prog a lot longer probably, but I feel better about it. Here's the thing, Leah. Here's an interesting... here's an interesting perspective. The players that cleared M4S week 1, right? The players that cleared M4S week 1 almost certainly got less fun out of the raid tier than the ones that took 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks. Yaki is on EU, yes. Ham says a white lies when I tell Kai that I'm prepared for what is to happen after Unreal this week. You know what, Ham? We'll figure it out together. But yeah, my point with my example was specifically that sometimes it is worth considering that the journey itself is also part of the fun.
Utterly futile.
Prog is much more fun than reclears. Yeah, exactly, there you go. Exactly. So, in a way, you could say that that's of course assuming that the players that you're playing with are nice. But that progging for longer isn't necessarily a bad thing.
We have seen the end.
There is, of course, something satisfying about getting everything right. That's really funny.
The same end. Again and again.
It's a bad thing when it comes to gearing up. I do like a lot of jobs. That's fair. Uh-oh. Personally, the reason why I'm not too worried about that is that for the most part, you don't need to have all the gear for every job. And whether you have, yes, if you clear week 1, you'll have a lot more gear than if you clear, I don't know, week 8. That's a lot later, but yes. But you will have, if you clear week 8, you will probably be able to gear a whole second roll. And if you clear week 1, you might be relatively capable of gearing a third roll, maybe even a fourth roll as well. Depends on how long you keep doing reclears. But I would also say you don't need all of that gear to just play the other roles that you want. Oh, mount. Mount. Oh. Anzo says, general question, is it better to have one job that you stick with, or should you try to have one role? That depends heavily on your preference, really. I would say if you're progging hard content, it's a really good idea to focus on one job, maybe 2 in the same role, simply because the way loot works and the way currencies work, it's going to be really hard to maintain gear on 2 different roles at equal pace. So I would highly recommend, if you're getting into hard content, to focus on 1 or 2 jobs. And preferably in the same role. If you get enough gear that you can like start to fill in an extra role, then that's a different story. And the main motivation, just to be clear, the main motivation to like work on 2 jobs in the same role is that it allows you a bit more flexibility. If like, for instance, if you're in Party Finder, then like if the group you want to join already has, I don't know, a warrior, then you can switch to a different tank. And as Decline said, there are usually sets that can be used for all of the jobs in a given role. So like if you focus on like building that set, then you're effectively gearing all of the jobs in that role at the same time. And that set is usually only a small difference in power from the optimal set for your specific job. I'm saying, mate, boy. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I would say 1 job is all you need. But if you have the time and the interest, learning 2 jobs in the same role is not a bad idea. Gives you more flexibility. But focusing on 1 can help a lot with your learning. Like, the mechanics are the same regardless of what job you're playing, right? But some players, at least partly, learn to respond to the mechanics in conjunction with their rotation. So by sticking to only 1 job, it can be easier to learn it all. That's the spirit, Ninetails. Doink. Nope. There's 2 options, Nox, so I don't remember. I do believe 08 is one of them. I'm pretty sure that's fast samurai. Does anyone remember the GCD with speed buff for slow samurai? Just off the top of their head. Is 12 the slow samurai one? 14. Thank you, Shaq, and Leah, and Decline. So, 0.14 or 0.08? That's probably fine, Nox. Like, the only time where it really would matter at all when you bring it into hard is like when you bring it into hard content, and you can probably make it work. I'm pretty sure 14 is low speed? Is it 0?
utterly futile. We have seen the end.
Yeah, the reason why I have shown off the fast samurai rotation in my guide is specifically because it's a lot easier, in my opinion.
The same end. Again and again.
But yeah, what you could also do is check the balance. They have their their spreadsheets and all that. Ow. Yeah, I had a feeling that the slow samurai was still a little bit of speed. Thank you, Butterfly. It's fine, Leah. I'm guessing it's like a case of it's really low speed, maybe it's nothing, and then like that ends up being what you like memorize it as. Like that happens. Is the samurai rotation for all different speeds 7-minute loop or some have shorter? The fast samurai rotation is closer to a 2-minute loop. I believe that you still can that you'll still have like a slight adjustment at the 6-minute, but the fast samurai rotation is basically the same 1-minute and 2-minute burst every time, assuming that nothing happens mechanically that slows you down or something. Indeed, my character is wearing a cap. She's very street. How do you do, fellow kids? I've heard a mix of the Endsinger song with Space Jam, and I cannot take that song seriously anymore. Fair enough. I mean, your average player will all they're hearing is big fat tacos, right? I mean, that's fair, Leah. It's basically just like, if you end up with the same result, then it doesn't really matter, right? Like, the funniest one to me, and I don't think I'll ever get over this, was right when the Paladin rework happened. I was very active in the Balanced Paladin Discord room, because I was actively making Paladin guides to like release as quickly as possible.
and again.
But I wanted to be sure that I said the correct thing, right? So, like, get advice from others as well. And throughout the day, people were, like, starting with experimenting with 1-minute loops and 2-minute loops that still dropped atonements and stuff. And then, so, like, it came out with, like, the priority rotation. And the way a lot of the Paladin mains immediately tried to, like, pick it apart was that people immediately took that priority list and basically put it in a spreadsheet and just wrote it out. And was like, hey, it loops 7 minutes in. And then people were like, what should we name this rotation? And people were like, we could name it the Hallowed rotation. And why would that be? Because it has a 7-minute loop and Hallowed Ground has a 7-minute cooldown. Big brain time. Which was really funny. Like, think about that for a second. You have a priority list. And they then, like, go, well, actually, this isn't a priority list, it's a looping rotation. I think I have heard it, Metaboy, and you cannot post links in the stream chat. It'll be blocked, because bots really like to post links. Exactly, Liv. Everything's a looping rotation if you're dedicated enough. Like, it doesn't even have to be a looping rotation. I think I've heard cases of, I think it was Reapers going, well, like, you can write out the rotation, the entire rotation, for 11 minutes. And then you can see here that there's, like, an oddity at 10.5 minutes or something like that. Which is, of course, a way to analyze it, but it's also a way to go, I know exactly what the optimal rotation is for over 10 minutes. It reminds me of the Infinite Paradox rotation, which often was known for, like, basically an opener, like an opener sequence that was several minutes long. Another favorite of mine was that I remember I saw an optimization strat where you saw a rotation, like it's basically just a sequence that covered like the first 3 or 4 minutes of P2S. And it included timings for things like Addle. Like here you use your defensive cooldown because the mechanic is happening. Also true, Infinite Paradox is kinda back.
Same end. Again and again.
I wonder why people never put Addle into their rotations. Well, the thing... Yeah, well, in fairness... When I say they put it into the rotation, is like... The intent being that, well, if you make a sequence, like an opener that is so long... That you know that, like, it happens to coincide with a specific mechanic. Then you can put Addle in your like pre-planned rotation. And you could technically do that if you're following a specific sequence. Like I have mentioned that my opener on Savage includes Rampart and Shake It Off. But that's just the way I do it. Because I've recognized that I don't need Rampart at like in that time frame anyways. I'll just eat some auto attacks with it. And if I use Shake It Off at that time, it'll be ready when I need it again. Hey ZipZap, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the game. Also true, Perrin. If you optimize hard enough, your rotation will be the entire... Like, your pre-planned rotation is the entire fight. Or your opener, you could say. I recognize that some of the people in the group might not have all night to grind, so I'm thinking we do this one and then one more. And then we'll see if we have the mounts that we need. We'll do this one and one more. So that we don't just stop suddenly. Uh-oh. The chain needs to be broken first.
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
You see, that's also a way you can do it, Lee. If you know, like, that you're gonna need a cooldown like that, you can use it early. In retrospect, I could also absolutely use my my like opener shake it off sooner if I know that I'm gonna use it. But I do use it for the healing as well. And it doesn't, like, allow me to use Shake It Off at an earlier point that I wanted to use it early. That's why I haven't really adjusted it. That's also a good way to look at it. If you know that you're gonna need it a little later, you can use it early to get more value. I don't know what the answer is. Ow. Mount. Matsubai says, have you done extremes? Yes. If you see the Savage streams we do on Saturdays, some of them we actually go on, we've gone on to do extreme afterwards. We procced the Extreme 3 blind, so it took a little longer, but we did beat it eventually. So yes.
Utterly futile. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Whoops. Yeah, it is difficult with that, Leah. It is very annoying that that just happens in general. But my general observation of Party Finder is that it feels like a very... Like, it doesn't apply to everyone. It's just a case of... that's just the way it is. That it seems like there's a lot of... like, selfish players, which... I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, that would be where a Party Finder player would go. Or rather, a selfish player would be in Party Finder. Which means that if they don't immediately see results, they might just dip. Maybe we're super lucky? Nope. Yeah, I think that'll be that. That was 38 runs. Cadences have been said, and Party Finder feels more toxic than ever right now, and don't know why it is that way now. In regards to chaotic, I would say... in regards to chaotic, it's almost certainly because even less progress is happening because of the amount of people that might be bad, right? And yeah, also in a group of 24 players, there's a higher probability of one jerk than in a group of 8 players. Equally more likely that there will be just bad players or dumb players. Kylan says, even Savage and Extreme feels that way. That one is... How can I... How can I best explain it? Is there some universal strat videos for Party Find I should look up? Not always. The best you can really do is if you can see what strats people are like putting in their Party Finder postings, you can like learn those strats. But just watching a few different guides and seeing like learning as much as you can. Is the best you can do. But yeah, in regards to the Savage and Extreme feels that way too. The best I can say there is that I also feel like I've noticed that players in general on the internet seems to be more and more impatient. It doesn't apply to everyone. But it does feel that way. And I would also say, as someone who has a YouTube channel, who receives comments on their videos, and those comments are, unlike Final Fantasy XIV's in-game chat, not somewhere where they would risk getting banned for being extremely toxic. There are some extremely toxic Final Fantasy XIV players that go, "Ah, finally I can let out some poison on this random guy on the internet that has done nothing to deserve that." So I can say for certain that part of the reason I think, and this is something that I've noticed more and more with Dawntrail as well, is that it feels like the super nice Final Fantasy XIV community, there's some percentage of it, more than we might like to see, or might like to admit, that basically put on the some would say this, the service worker face, or the fake smile, and act like they're fine. Because if they actually unleash what they actually want to say, they will probably get reported and banned. But not in-game. They don't have to do that. And that possibly also explains why I've in the stories I've heard. See, I haven't seen it, but the stories I've heard, Chaotic seems to be more likely to cause people to forget that part where we're all acting like we're friends. Remember? Some of us are legitimately trying to be friends. But yeah, that of course leads to players being a lot more aggressive in that content. And this can also happen with Savage and Extreme. Turns as the entirety of the toxicity of Chaotic feels like it can be solely attributed to towers. I don't know. I'm guessing that it's just the first really hard roadblock that causes that. It's a little hard for me to see, like, in the full picture. Some of it is what I'm seeing other people say, some of it is like the few times I've observed it myself, and that can be like exceptional cases. But because a large part of the content that I do, I bring you guys, right? I effectively get protected from it indirectly. Whoops. But it does feel like to me that players are getting more and more focused on maximum optimization and perfection and expecting everyone else around them to do the same. That's not everyone, but a large part of players seem to be doing that, which can lead to a lot of toxicity. And the thing is, it only takes one jerk to ruin the mood for everyone. And there are the players that are a little bit on the fence, right? Like those that are just like, eh. They're not gonna complain, but they also wanted to leave 2 wipes ago. And I can't say what it is that is causing it, but like I would say that it might be like the more and more like crazier focus on optimization. That doesn't exactly help. Everyone wants to be the best, and that's the only thing that matters, even though it doesn't matter. And that can get people a little toxic. It can also be that everything sucks. So people get more mad because life sucks for a lot of people. Hey Creatonics, hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's kind of what I've said as well, is that... And I guess you can bring out the bingo card now if you want, Nox. But like, I used to raid 10-man in World of Warcraft, and when they made it so that Mythic was 20 only, a lot of 10-man raid teams straight up died. Many of them just went, well, we can't do that. And many of them went, we can merge with another team, right? That'll be fine. And a lot of the time, those merges didn't go well. And then both groups died, like, as a combined unit. So going from 8 to 24... Like, I would say there's some part of me that says that maybe it would have been better if the chaotic, like, some of the mechanics that are pretty hard are like perfectly fine, but maybe something like towers, which is like the big roadblock as mentioned, maybe that's too hard. Like, that specific mechanic is too much, and it shouldn't have been there. But I feel also that if Chaotic had released and it had been too easy, then it would have flopped. Metaboy says they said this will be doable 12-man. They didn't say that. As far as I recall, they said you can zone into the duty as low as 12 players to test something or set something up. That's as far as I remember what they said. I'm pretty sure they didn't say that you could beat it. But I don't see what reason you would have to go in as 12. Phase 1 practice. I guess so. You can practice your opener. But yeah, my point being that as it is, it's clearable. But 24-man, where the standard is usually 8, I would say that they should have aimed for, like, their target audience should be a little, like, they should have expected slightly lower skill level. Both because it's like going from 8 to 24, so like there's a lot of new kinds of teamwork to deal with. But also because it'll be harder to round up 24 really good players. So maybe they should have had like a harder cap on how complex the mechanics could be. But the thing is, people figured it out anyway, right? People figured it out anyway. And as I was about to say, I have a feeling that if Chaotic had released and been like Lamau easy, right? Then it would possibly have been worse received in a way. To your question, Ninetales, it's just that some in the Discord server for the channel have made bingo cards of things that might be mentioned in stream, and World of Warcraft being mentioned is on the bingo card, and it almost happens every single stream. For some reason or another, it just comes up. WoW should be the free space, TBH. I think the free space was something related to pink stuff. Some reason or another, says the person who keeps bringing it up. I will say in my defense this time, Ham, I wasn't the one bringing it up. In this case, it was Cratonics that brought it up, and I answered. So in this specific case, it wasn't actually me. Imagine Kai streams with like a blue glam the whole time. Yeah, wouldn't that be weird? I have... Like, when we did Savage Prog, after the first boss, we started on this tradition with having outfits for each boss. So, like, for the second boss, we had, like, yellow Honeybee Lovely fan costumes. And for the third boss, Brute Bomber, most of us had HoloLive VTuber cosplays. And then some of us had wrestling cosplays, or wrestling costumes. And when I rolled up in my outfit that was white and black, there were some people that said that it was bad luck that Kai appeared in not pink. So I colored the bottom side of my shoes pink. To make sure that that it was fine. Your wrestling costumes, like some sort. For April Fool shows up as a blue male, or that would be weird. Zip was the only one. I believe Zip had a combo of wrestling and paralysis demon over his outfit. And Milo had one of each. Yeah, paralysis demon. He looked quite unsettling. And for M4S, I believe all of us had some sort of either Nier outfit or a witch or wizard outfit. Usually a mix. And me, who else, over on the Discord, drew art of our team for that. I might be able to find it. There it is. I also pinned it, but I also downloaded it. The and nines really adds to it. Yeah, it does. We have 2B, 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 2B. Nines. 9S. I mean, I'm pretty sure that so the joke is that the one male, we actually have two males, but one of them showed up in a 2B outfit anyway. The origin of this is that back in Endwalker, every Saturday I streamed Small Kai, which is my Lalafell alt that is stream only. Also, hey Dairuru, I did see you come in earlier. I hope you're doing well. And I basically played through the entire MSQ on stream again. And when we had finished the MSQ, I just like turned around and did all the other stuff, like did the stories for raids and stuff. And if I remember correctly, we did the Nier raid in between like Christmas and New Year. And when we did the first Alliance raid of the Nier series, I was like, if I win a cover, I'll wear it, like on my character, and I won a cover, so I wore it, and then everyone did too, and showed up in various different colors, and then we called it the 2B Hour Rangers, or 2B Power Rangers. I mean, it was in 2023, I believe. So that was the callback to that. And that's true, Decline. The difficult part is, if you really think about it, what rewards would players want from hard content? Like, genuinely, what would players want? Really sick mounts? Sure. Axolotl mounts. Oh yeah, true. And more exclusive stuff. Happy New Year, Daru, and Happy New Year, everyone else. But like, that's the difficult part. Is it just mounts? Titles? Glam? Is that it? Is that what everyone wants? And the thing is, for some players, they might not care for those. And it doesn't change that much. Like, let's say the Criterion had, like, the Criterion dungeons had a guaranteed mount drop. Then you have reason to do it 4 times. Up to 4 times, so like a pre-made. If it instead had a chance to drop a mount, then there's probably like some sort of RNG compensation in totems or something. Just like with extremes. A lot of the reward of ultimate is the cool G-pose spot. I mean, that's an interesting suggestion. Imagine you have to clear the content, like the ultimate content, or like a Criterion dungeon to be allowed to go into it in Explorer mode. By the way, I'm still baffled that you cannot go into anything except dungeons in Explorer mode. Why are you not allowed to go into trials or raids in Explorer mode? Why not? But I think that's the hard part. That what kind of rewards would be good enough, right? And for a lot of players, mounts would do it. For a lot of players, glams would do it. And I don't know what would do it. But one thing that seems to be difficult is that something that can make it work for some players is also gear. Like actual gear upgrades. But that doesn't work for everyone. Like for instance with Chaotic, like if you're already in full Savage Biz, you're like 1 or 2 pieces of equipment and the mounts. And then you're out. And if you don't care about the mounts, or the hairstyle for that matter, then you'll need like what, 3 clears or something? Doing alt jobs, that's also a good point. But it makes it difficult to give players incentive to do stuff. And that, in and of itself, is part of the problem. Is that I feel like we've reached a point where a large part of the player base is just not willing to do content just for the sake of doing content. Which, fair, understandable, but it does make it difficult. Like consider for a moment, if you buy a single player game, or download a single player game, I'm not judging, you get a single player game, and you play through it. A lot of the time, you might be doing side quests. We did like 38 runs, Agent Monica, and then I think that was a good time to round it off. And then we're just winding down, and then we'll probably end. I feel like grabbing 7 people plus and just running for a lot of hours. I think 3 hours is over 3 hours, in fact, is a fair cutoff point. But I think we'll have to do End Singer more. So next time we do Mount Farming, we'll probably do End Singer again. But like if you do like a like if you get a single player game, you play through it, you might do a bunch of side quests. There may or may not be any actual rewards for it, and when the story's over, that's it. That's it. And the rewards don't matter. Doing a fight for the fun of it will make you do exactly 1 clear, maybe 2 or 3 if you really like it. Yeah, true. And that's kind of the problem with an MMO where like you want to have the content be repeatable. Because in a single player game, you'll just play through the story once and that's fine. But that doesn't, like, that's the thing, like, case in point with the Criterion dungeons is that a lot of players were like, it's really fun, shame there's no reason to, like, to farm it in any way. Which is, like, the single player experience. Why would you do that boss again? Like, a lot of the time with a single player game, if you want to fight that boss again, you have to play through the whole game again. Why would they give you reason to farm it? Why would you want to spam it? Right? Like, why would you do that? You already beat it. Like, continue the story. As a Raiden, hope you're doing well. I've cleared Ceromus Extreme once for the Mentor Roulette unlock, so we haven't gotten to farming that yet. There's also good incentive to get people into it. Yeah, the weird thing there is that depending on what item level you put on it, it can have a negative effect on other content. Like if Chaotic was significantly easier than Savage, just for the sake of example, then it could have a heavy impact on people's interest in Savage. It could. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying it could, because, like, you would just need to beat M1S to get, like, full right side maxed out, eventually, with alliance raids. And you could just farm the chaotic raid for the left side, and then, like, you're missing a weapon. Which you would need to do M3S for, I suppose. But you could also just do the extreme one and have a slightly worse weapon. But it could have a detrimental effect. Was it like at the moment? I don't know. I can say that when we did it once, we did it like at the start of Dawntrail, and we needed several pulls to do it. Ceromus Extreme. Because the only problem was meteors. So if you can skip meteors now, easy mode, like cake. But speaking of cake, or actually, I don't know if speaking of cake, but speaking of winding down, I think this is where we will round up the stream. So if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, but like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There's also a link in the description, and on the channel there you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel so that I can do stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. And I think that will be that. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!